despise TikTok. Welcome back, YouTube. We are continuing where we left off like 2 weeks ago on Ghost of Tsushima. We are on a different land. We are on, if I remember the name correctly, Go no Yara. I'm pronouncing that wrong. I can already see it. But this is where we left off. Like 2 weeks ago. So let's continue that journey. Where's my horse? Where do we need to go? Why does everything feel so zoomed in? Everything feels so zoomed in. Or that's just me. I feel like everything feels zoomed in. Alright. No, it does feel zoomed in. I'm going crazy.
Get back in. Not yet.
This place was extremely difficult to pass. I tried this like, I don't know, like 5-6 times and I just kept dying. These guys just don't, they don't back down. That's not what I meant to do. Press the wrong button. No, what am I trying to? I just killed my own horse. I just had my own horse. That's not what I meant to do either. Oh my god, I'm pressing all the wrong moves. No, what is it? What's the move again? I'm remembering everything wrong. I forgot how to do like Eagle Eye. I'm trying to remember how to do it, but I am forgetting the control. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. There we go. That's the button I needed. There's like 20 of them in like one spot. Really difficult. How many do you think I can give it a bow? One, two, three, four. If I do it quick, I can probably do it. This is with no concentration on.
A disgrace to Bloodsucker.
I missed.
Like a filthy-minded criminal.
I missed again. Damn it. They saw me. Think they're good. Oh no, we killed him before he can just to alert anybody. Oh, I caught him. Oh, oh. I think he's dead. Alright, there's one guy running up. Oh, he blew the whistle. He blew the whistle. He blew the whistle. Oh, they spotted me. There's only four of them. Oh, he's throwing shit. I'm not trying to fight all of them. That's just way too much right now. Dude, am I going crazy or does everything feel so zoomed in? The less they see me, the more troubles I have to worry about. If I can just like snipe them with my bow, oh, they're all running back inside. I can take out two of them. Oh no, no arrows, you son of a bitch. I have regular arrows. I can probably go on top and see how many I can kill. Oh, how did I miss that? How did I miss? Nah, bro, I'm going crazy because everything feels so zoomed in right now. And I'm going insane. Oh, everything feels like it's so close. I don't know how I missed. That was very embarrassing. Alright, let's see how many of them. There's two of them coming up. There's four there. Can probably assassinate them. They just gotta turn around. I didn't press Y like an idiot. Oh, I caught him. Okay, good. I didn't press Y. I immediately pressed X. But thank God I caught him in time. That could have been bad. Alright. I can take out those two from above. And I can get my arrows back. Assassinate him. Caught him while he was running. He just got burned. Not gonna lie, I almost forgot how to play for a second. Alright, we took care of that. We finally passed it. It took me forever. The first time I did this. Like, way too long. These guys, there's like a whole freaking platoon. The best thing to do is take out the bow people.
There's no way inside.
Clearly. I need to take out both of them like around the same time. You can probably climb up though. Let's Oh, that's the wrong arrow, dude. Oh, you missed, bitch. I'm burning myself, burning myself, burning myself. Ah! I'm stuck, I'm stuck. I missed. Oh, he got me, he got me. Ah, shit. Oh my god, I can't even heal. I couldn't even heal myself. Oh, too. I don't know. It's not to do that. Oh, I'm not ready. Stop. Where am I? I'm down here again. Oh, time to start all the way from the beginning again.
The eagle is inside. I can't get back in. Not yet. eagle is inside. Then I can't get back in. Not yet.
Crouched like a child, afraid of scolding. Did you hide like this when your father was killed?
Why are you bringing my? Why are you bringing up my father? It is not cool. I don't want to deal with those guys right now. I don't know how many arrows I have because I can't even see. He's definitely down. I don't want to cause that much tension.
There's no way inside.
It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. And 2 of them was walking down, so if I could take those those two guys out, then I should be good. But that's if they don't see me. Oh, they stop walking. Which way they went? Oh, they looking forward. I have 3 flame arrows. Again, the best person is to take out the shaman. Oh. Oh shit. Cut this off. Get up. What's up? Oh shit. Okay, he's not gonna let me get up. You distracted me. What's up? I died because of you. I'm blaming it on you. What's up, Pippi? Gotta do shit all over again. Nope. Oh, nice. Oh, fuck! Took too long, took too long.
The eagle is inside. I can't get back in.
Ah, fuck. Where are you running to? Oh, you lucky bastard.
Bing bang!
I want my arrow back. Killed you first. Take my arrow back. Thank you. Who's the shaman? Oh, caught him on fire as well. Okay. Oh, he didn't die? Caught him! Caught him. He's not dead. You literally on fire. How you not dead? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, you missed, stupid. Come on, come on. I could have killed 3 people, but there's only 2. That's everybody. And I wasted all my arrows.
Get over here!
Thought I caught that. One's dead, but I have no supplies. Alright, let's try to do this one again. I don't want to waste my flaming arrows. How did I miss? Oh, okay. Nope, nope.
You suck!
You suck. I'm not using heavy arrows. What's it? Alright, oh, we gotta take care of like 20 of these in this.
You suck!
I'm gonna pass this mission.
You suck!
God damn it! It's like, I'm gonna pass this mission. I'm gonna pass it, I'm gonna pass it. It's like deja vu all over again.
You suck! The eagle is inside, but I can't get back in. Not yet.
Can't keep doing the same thing. It's clearly not working. Nope. Hi, y'all was not coming at all for like the past 2 times. This is never gonna end. I'm just wasting arrows now. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah.
I've got you in my sights.
I don't care how long it takes me. I'm going past this mission. Oh. Now y'all don't come? Alright. Now they don't want to come up and check. No.
The eagle is inside. I can't get back in. Not yet.
How the fuck do I get back up here? I go this way. With my tentacles. That's crazy. That's some crazy words right there. That's not what I meant to do.
I've got you in my sights.
I just need to take out the shaman. I hate this guy. He's pissed me off. Oh, didn't mean to use that. Ah, man. How's it? Why is there two shamans? Why does it have to be two shamans? There we go. Ah. There we go. I gotta do this shit right. Gotta do this right.
There's no way inside.
Clearly. This time I'm at the. Oh god, that's the wrong fucking button. Why am I always doing the wrong shit? I'm tired. But really, I can't roll the fucking rock. No, I'm gonna stay over here before the arrow people can't hit me. How did I fuck that up that badly?
The Sakai clan ends here.
This fucking bitch.
Eagle's inside. But I can't get back in. Not yet.
just keep doing this badly. I fucked it up completely. That's alright. It'll be too loud. You're not gonna hear it.
There's no way inside.
Where's that coming from? What the hell? I did all that just to die from idol, not even from a human.
That I can't get back in. Not yet.
What's up, Guru? How you doing? Appreciate the look, thank you. I'm doing this shit from behind a tree, mind you. What the hell am I doing, dude? Still four of them. I had my opportunity and I missed it. Okay, that don't do nothing as I thought. Oh, well, it did kill him. So I guess it did something. Where's all my arrows, though? I need to pass this part, bro. It's been like... it's been practically a month. It really hasn't been a month. I'm just saying that just to be dramatic. It's been like a couple weeks.
There's no way inside.
I just need to take care of the shaman. And I feel like I can take out everybody. I don't know about the stupid arrows. I don't know what the arrows are coming from. How the fuck did I miss that? What the hell? What the fuck is this? How did I miss? No, you don't see me. I hate this part with a passion. I killed them all and then somehow I died. Oh no. Oh, there's like a bunch of them. Ain't this fun, guys? It's like I never played this game before. Ooh. I'm just trying to pass this damn mission.
May your death benefit all beings.
Shut the fuck up. I just don't want to keep doing this damn mission again. Bro, what am... How am I missing these shots? I am so confused. And I'm also getting shot by something, but I don't know what it is. Bro, I'm getting shot by automatic arrows. That's fucking crazy. I'm getting shot by automatic arrows. That's why I keep dying. And apparently you can't block those.
Eagle is inside, but I can't get back in. Not yet.
I'm gonna pass this mission. I know it. It's just gonna take me fucking forever because I'm terrible. Terrible at video games. But apparently, we all play them. So. The fucking stuff trying to just. I fuck everything up, bro. I don't know how I managed to just mess that all up, but I don't know how I did. Where's the? They have a. There's another one. I literally fucking dodge, but whatever. I meant block, not dodge.
There's no way inside.
The smart thing would just move on, but like, just, this is not even what I need to do. This is just what I'm doing. I'm not even supposed to be here. I'm just doing this because this is just what I came across of, and I just want to know what's inside. I don't even think I can even be in here, but this is where we have to be. We have to go through here to get here.
The eagle is inside. I can't get back in. Not yet.
Moderate legend. Is it good armor? That's far. I would need to go through the Mongol camp anyway, right? So like, okay, we're in. It just glitches. I don't like that. I really want to do this. I guess I don't know. It's only the shaman that makes these guys so annoying.
Pizza not so. Salad pizza.
Fuck, I have smoke bombs, not gonna lie. I just forgot how to use them. One shaman, two shaman. They're both on either side.
Son teröristine çıksa bitmeyin benim geçmek. Yugo samuraj için non son terör. Akhi çarbat. Osman aşağı pirnik. Son şongin ışı baksa. Yur çapıta marta anata.
Okay, so I did that for nothing, huh?
Yaman yok harbu. Senin stepe. Akhiya kurtirgul. Uhtel bolokno. Yaman yegem harbu.
There's no way inside.
You can change directions.
There was no other way. I had to feed my men. I wish you'd fallen at Komoda. You're not real.
You gotta get some new armor. See what that does.
Tell your shaman I won't kneel and I won't drink your damn poison, whatever it is. I've heard what she does to people.
How did I almost die from him?
You're going to be alright.
How did I almost die? That's so bad.
Would have guessed. Saved by a samurai.
Are you Minato?
Who's asking?
A ronin looking for some long-lost armor. I hear you used to sail on the Black Riku.
Quiet. He'll hear you.
So you believe the stories?
Some nights, I feel Riku watching me. I can hear his pet monkey sucking marrow from bones. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear those filthy monkeys are watching us.
Do you remember anything about the night of the mutiny? Anything that could help me find his final resting place?
We were anchored just off the northeastern shore. There was something under the water. Something glowing.
The moon's reflection?
Moon wasn't out that night.
Glowing water. It's not much, but it will have to do.
Do yourself a favor. Forget the armor.
Going for a ride, Sora. Let's go find that armor. I think we're here. Oh shit. That's actually very beautiful. Are we here? I gotta look for it. That's wonderful. We already found it. We just need to get down there.
Light. Beneath the water.
Not far the water. Oh. I thought I was going to swim. But it's not even that deep.
Flicker was blinded. Maybe he saw
Thunderhead
just
Cliffs.
follow the light. Or his pet monkey did.
Look at where you went. How did my horse get here? That's crazy. We're almost here.
You ran slow, Central Gorge, too. Looking for redemption? You won't find it here.
I drank my first sucker here.
We're at the sake. Go get some from the men. Yes, Father.
Who are the men?
Jin, don't go far. Your father's orders.
I don't need a nursemaid to load out the tea. Better you watch the road.
Get me in trouble, and a nursemaid will be the least of your worries. Lord,
You all seem in good spirits. Congratulations on today's victory.
the credit belongs to your father.
The raiders call your father the Butcher.
A fitting title for a legend.
I strive to honor his example. Now, if you'll excuse me, my father requests more sake.
Ah, take this. The raiders don't need it anymore. They're dead.
Father, I brought back the beer.
I brought the sake, father.
Good.
Sit.
Drink to victory.
I'm like 12.
Shouldn't we be celebrating with the men?
Lord must set boundaries between himself and his followers.
Why?
Familiarity breeds a lack of discipline,
But they lay down their lives for you.
and it is their duty to do so, without question, as it is mine to obey my Jito. Your mother and I discuss such matters often. I relied greatly on her counsel.
I wish I remembered her better.
Choco had clever insight,
Deep.
compassion. Losing her was like losing the best part of me.
This flute was hers. It's all I have of her.
Let's hear it then. Please, play it.
Oh, sweet.
That night was the first time you asked to hear me play. The first time I felt like your son.
Damn. Memory of sorrow. I got turned around. No. Was I not supposed to go up here? Where do we go? Am I going the right way? Okay, now I am. Before I wasn't, so I did not need to climb that big ass rock. That was very unnecessary. How do I even get down there? You're definitely here. Only three of them? Yeah, there's only three of them. Can I take our weapons? I wish I can take his freaking bows. The cat sanctuary. I just rescued a bunch of cats.
Despite the violence, it is beautiful here. My mother did this. She lured me away from study and practice with the promise of pears or dried melons, then lied to my father and said we'd studied all afternoon. She She told me sometimes living is more important.
Sick. I just happened to find this. I didn't want to do that again. God damn it. And those cats are chunky. Can I don't think you can. Well, yes you can. We found it.
Did you come here, Riku?
Mysterious cave. Ow! I need to upgrade my shit. Okay. Nope, still don't have enough. Oh, it's a question is oh, okay. I need to use that more often.
The passage. Locked. If I light the brazier, maybe I'll find a way through.
Where are we? We are just. Oh, gotta slip through another crack.
Need a light.
People do this in
I start a fire.
real life, and I don't understand how.
Maybe there's flaming arrows.
This shit crazy. Where is it? That don't sound normal. Sound demonic. I love how I miss. Can I get those back? Nope, they're gone. I don't need no light. I can perfectly see where I'm going. Alright, I'm lying. I can't see shit.
Looks like they were killed recently. But by whom?
You think I know? The hell you want, monkey? There's a treasure. Supplies. I can barely see what I'm doing, and I'm nailing it right now. You don't need light if you have good night vision. You know what I'm saying?
Someone's hoard. Must have taken years to collect.
Thought I could take the stuff. Two iron, that's it. That's just a full circle moment, huh? I gotta search a giant cave. It seems like I'm getting close to the armor.
I have seen you in my dreams. Show yourself.
Show yourself.
Another hunter, desperate for my armor and the power of the Sarugami. Blackhand Rika, you survived. No, I was reborn in darkness.
Duel in the pit of darkness. Is that the ghost armor or no? Well, I don't know why I asked that. I just thought that was because it just looks so black.
No, it is
But
not.
that wouldn't make sense because it's not the name of the damn armor, so I don't know why I said that. embedded with the power of a force of a fearsome monkey spirit, pushing its owner to embrace risk and danger. A sure defense against human foes. It's so ugly. All reserve gains are increased by a moderate amount. Perfect parry and perfect dodge windows are increased by a moderate amount. Regular parry is disabled. Perfect parry becomes a chain of 2 attacks. Perfect dodge almost damage nearby enemy. What's the color option? Track artifacts regarding wind, traveling. Mod increases health, mod increases stagger damage. Reduce enemy detection, major increase in melee damage. Increase knocking and reload speed, restore concentration, major increase of health. Damage beyond repair. Oh shit, there's like whole things in it too. Reduce all damage by moderate. Taking damage grants 30% reload, damn. Alright, I can leave now. I can get out of this cave. There's nothing else I can take. Just one in a circle. I'm just one in a damn circle. Can I take him by arrows? No. So there's only one way out of here.
He's over here!
The armor is a good fit, my lord. You look just like old Riku.
Hashira, shouldn't you be busy telling ghost stories in Funa's refuge?
Hand over the armor. Make it quick. I need to piss. And saving it for Riku's corpse.
Riku's yours. The armor is mine.
Damn samurai.
Better be harder than this.
Sarigami still inhabits Siama. A gift and a curse.
What do I want to do next? I want to do more Mystic Tales. Travel to the raided survivors camp. Minor range charm. Tales of Shima. Tales of IKI Island, stop the Eagle Tribe. Let's do the impact of loss, which is like quadrillion miles away.
I'm telling you, don't go near Fort Sakai. Even without the eagle there, Commander Kumrish is bleeding us empty.
Tough bastard like you needs sturdy armor to match.
Oh,
Wear it well.
all result gains are increased by a major amount. Perfect power and perfect dodge windows are increased by a major amount.
My best work.
Traveler's tire. Traveling clears 30% more fog of war on the map. A green firefly will appear when within 60 miles of artifact.
Your armor.
Dude, I look crazy. I don't really want to talk to you.
So cute.
We going to save all of the undiscovered check marks for last on this island. I think I did like 2 or 3 of them in the very beginning, but I'm not gonna really focus my time just on that. So I thought I took off the target. What? Why is the target lock all night? Okay. These people just came to help me?
They didn't stand a chance.
I appreciate your aid.
One man against a pack of Mongols. Figured we'd even the odds.
Thank you. Keep ambushing their patrols. We'll clear the roads and drive them off this island.
Just all fields. This is freaking magnificent.
We can't abandon him to the Mongols. We owe him our lives.
This is a survivor camp. Right? Oh, wait, I already made it. Oh, wow. Trying to figure out who to talk to.
Samurai.
They followed me all the way over here? I'm nearby anyway. This helmet is crazy. I should go back and kill those guys.
Join your father, lower world.
We have no training.
We don't even have a sword. We can't abandon him to the Mongols. We owe him our lives.
Samurai. We have no food for you, my lord. I wouldn't accept any if you did. Not after what the Eagle tribe did to your camp. Was anyone hurt? We were spared thanks to Doshu, the monk who oversaw this camp.
He agreed to go with the Mongols peacefully if they didn't harm us.
Where did they take him? We don't know, but we have people searching. I'll help. It's a rare man who will sacrifice himself for others. Hotoke can tell you where our men are searching. Her husband is leading the group.
I can't believe it. It's been 15 years since I saw a samurai.
You must mean Lord Sakai's men.
Yes, from the invasion. There's nothing here for you to take. The Mongols have it all.
I'm here to help find the monk, Doshu.
You are? My husband and a few others are looking for him. They followed the Mongols toward the bridge. I'll show you.
You should stay. It could be dangerous.
I want to help. I owe Doshu more than most. This way. What I said earlier about the samurai, I'm sorry. The invasion took so much from me.
You mean your arm? You must have been a child. War or no, that shouldn't have happened.
I found a wounded samurai in our stable. Gave him food and water. My father caught me. Cut off my arm. Hand that fed the enemy, he said.
That's cruel. He was wrong.
No, he was right. The next night, the samurai came to our village and slaughtered everyone. It was Doshin who took me in, tended my wound. I survived because of him. I owe him my life.
This shit is
Something
overrun
on the path.
with weeds.
Man that been cut down.
My husband!
Stay there. I'll check.
I think I might be sick.
Focus on breathing. This man is older.
Lokoro. He left with my husband. He was new to camp.
Where's the other one?
Why worry? Tomorrow's winds will blow tomorrow.
Bro, these arrow challenges are fucking hard. How you get 7 seconds? Who's doing that on controller? Matter of fact, who's doing that in fucking general? There's no way you're doing that shit in 7 seconds. Bro, I'm pissing myself. Oh my God. Fucking hate this challenge.
A nice plump merchant.
I know. Oh my God, I know what it is now. I figured it out. I love being right behind the fucking sun. take too long, too slow. I can do this again.
Rip me off, hey?
What's up, Wolf? Thanks for the alert. Fuck this bullshit, bro.
He's younger. There's a mark on his chin.
That's Kanaji. He had a wife and children. Do you think my husband got away?
We need to find the Mongols, quickly. His rice. It must have come from your camp.
Likely. The Mongols took all our food.
Let's follow it.
What would Hotoke say if she knew who you are? Mutilated. Her village slaughtered. All to feed your father's arrogance.
You didn't answer my question about my husband. Do you think he got away?
We should go as fast as we can.
I'm trying. But my feet, my back. I had to come. I owe Doshin everything. But if I lose my husband, I don't know what I'll do.
We'll find him.
I never thought I'd have a family. But then I met Popo. And so many things became possible. But without him,
How? It was on the fucking race trail. What's up, Jay? Yes, sir. And we just got brand new armor, baby. Check it out. We got the monkey suit. We got the monkey suit. I'm chilling. Freshly high, just enjoying the night. And trying to see how far I'm going to get through.
Stand and fight me!
Love the green, yeah. It looks great. It looks great. And who doesn't?
Samurai! Yeah!
How's your night going? Okay. I'm in. Wait, you can't block with stone stands? Yes, you can. Oh, it's only a low block for stone stands. Okay. Ooh, what did you eat? Why am I? What the fuck? Why can't I parry?
Mongols on the beach.
Enchiladas? That sounds fucking amazing. I couldn't parry and I don't know why. No, whatever. I'm not even gonna ask questions. Did you make it with chicken meat, beef, pork meat? What type of meat? Oh, the katana goes through the hat. What am I supposed to do? It does?
Monk.
I never knew that.
They have him bound.
Yeah. Chicken? Okay.
Execution.
No. Togo, is he hurt?
I can't tell. The Mongols will kill him if they know we're here.
You can't save both. Sacrifice her husband and she falls.
Have you played this game before? I'm assuming you did.
Hopes that I will
Speak with her. Oh god. Yeah, speak with her. I couldn't parry no attacks, and I
Please. You
don't
have
know
to
why.
save them.
I won't be able to save both. Moment of
Are you going to try it?
When that happens,
I can't lose either of them.
I'll do what I can.
Choose which house. That's I gotta choose which one. I honestly I wasn't even paying attention. So eventually I'm just gonna go with the right one. I couldn't block and I don't know. It does go through the hat. That's funny. I didn't know it's not so now. Really? We're good, quiet. Oh. Why can I fucking block? What's happening? I can't even parry. How you doing, quiet? Ah! I hate the stars, bro. They're annoying. I'm good. I'm doing good, bro. I'm just not trying to die right now. Oh, they gonna kill the other girl. Or the other guy. I don't know. How was your stream? Was it good? Wasn't there another person, or did they kill her already? Where are they running to? Okay, they just ran off. So I don't know. They both. Well, I only had to choose one, so I guess this is. Well, she's the one that survived. Yeah, yesterday's stream was fun. Wasn't you streaming? Oh, you wasn't. You wasn't streaming today. I'm going crazy. So, are you excited for Borderlands 4? I'm sweating.
My lord, you saved me. You can thank your wife for that.
family is grateful to you,
Different time zone
but I fear for those back
is
in camp.
9:45 a.m.
Both
Damn.
made sure we were fed. And this,
Where you live?
it's dangerous to travel, especially for
What
us. Me being pregnant.
country, or I guess state,
We'll stay at camp.
definitely excited for it? I haven't really seen a lot of people talk about it though.
Thank you, my lord.
Come, Otoke.
Even though there's just a big
FEMA funeral.
fan base. Oh, in Australia. Okay, dope. Never been. I think I saved the husband. I'm not sure. Like I said, I was not paying attention. What do you have planned? What you gonna do today? What you gonna do from all the way up there, bro? And I also appreciate you stopping by. Working at the moment, then I do a Rocket League stream after work. What time is that? I try to catch it. I cannot, I don't know why I'm having trouble parrying attacks. Something is just not working. Or I'm just not timing them right. It could also be that as well. That'd be 8 p.m. ARUTs. Okay. Ooh. I make sure to be paying attention. Meet Tenzo. Let's go meet Tenzo. Have you played this game, Quack? Have you tried out this game? This game is very long because I'm playing the director's cut. So there's a lot more to do, I think. So that's the one that I just decided to play. Oh, I thought it'd be people. Love playing. Got the platinum trophy for it when it first came out. And what is the platinum trophy? I am not good at games to plat any. Not good at video games to be planning them. I tried back in the day. I'm not skilled. Bro, why am I riding my horse when I can just fast travel? My eyes keep watering. I don't know why. It's really annoying. Can I get down from here, dude? I don't go for the platinum trophy on game. Only the really, really good ones. That makes sense. I agree on that. I totally understand that. Because why waste your time planning a terrible game, you know? Why do you want to waste your time on that? I keep ending on a cliff. My thoughts exactly. How long you been streaming for? How long you been a streamer?
Let's go, Solo.
This is about no. This is good. Just over 3 months. First started in June. You started 3 months and you are really killing it. That fast. Well, the Borderlands community is pretty big, so I understand. A lot of people love Borderlands, but that movie fucked it all up. That movie did terrible. I don't know what made them thought that was a good move, but someone did.
Where is Tenzo?
At the cliffs, talking to a friend.
Yeah, the movie was pretty average. I wouldn't say average. I would say completely dog shit.
What's he doing? More Mongol lies.
The eagle speaks the truth.
I thought he was doing push-ups. My dad thought he was doing push-ups.
Next time, don't be so quick to kill your enemy. He may have known something useful.
He spilled plenty.
You called him a liar. What did he tell you?
Nothing that can't wait. The ship should dock soon.
Once it does, tell your men we'll take it quietly. If we cause too much damage, the Eagle's warship will see through our disguise before we get close enough to attack.
This game is like
Gene from Yarikawa.
50 hours long.
We'll take that supply ship without a scratch. I'll get some rest. The ship will be here soon.
Jin from Yakarawa. I don't know how to read. I'm pretty deep in. Just I just have so much to do.
The fog will work in our favor.
Cause I'm also trying to 100%
Let's get moving.
each map, so that's taking forever to do
Like to forget.
Like getting blood stains.
as well. But it's definitely a work in progress.
What's the worst thing that happened to Jin from Yarikawa?
Gonna look again for a bit and get back to work. I appreciate you stopping by,
Haunted by visions of this weathered sailor.
and I'll be here when you
Half
come back.
drunk, breath that stinks of rotten shellfish. He keeps eyeing my katana, like he wants to steal it.
You're funny. For a samurai. You know the drill. Quick and bloody. Let's give these Mongols in IKI Island welcome. More on the way.
Take them. We can't draw more attention.
is ours. Ready the boats. Damn it. The fog is lifting. They'll see us coming. Incoming! Take cover! Get out the start! Fall back!
No, I can go around. Take out those weapons.
You'll be blasted to pieces! Do it, Jin. Show us what a samurai can do. Watch that fire! Keep your hand down!
The raiders know who you are. They are leading you into a trap.
You're not real.
When you die, will the raiders pray for you? The same one they spoke for murdering your father. What was that prayer again? You know the words. They haunt you. May your death benefit all beings.
Be quiet.
take care of those guys up there before we do anything else. Is there anything in here, though? Yeah, they were just watching.
Took your time silencing those cannons.
I thought you needed a chance to catch your breath.
How thoughtful.
What's going on with you? One moment we stand shoulder to shoulder, the next you're ready to cross blades.
Not now, Samurai. We have a job to do.
Let's finish it and talk after.
Set a course for the Eagle's warship. Let's hope they don't notice it's manned by a crew of raiders.
We need more than hope. Tell your men to hide when we get within sight of the warship.
An empty ship. That one looks suspicious.
It will buy us time to get close, past the range of their heavy cannons. We'll wait for them to board us.
Then we'll attack. Set off the black powder stores. Rip open the beast's belly. You better be right about this, Jin. Speak on close. They're onto us. We have to attack now.
Not yet. Hold.
Attack! Send these bastards to the bottom of the sea!
Bro, what the? Am I parrying like wrong, or am I just not timing it right? Because it just seems to not be working anymore.
It barricaded the door! Break it open! Jin! Let's find another way around! Find their black powder reserves! Set the black powder to blow! Back to the supply ship before she blows! Quickly! Today we struck a blow for Fune's refuge.
Next, we take back Iki.
And one day see the endless wheel of suffering.
Good work, Tenzo. I think Fune is going to be pleased.
No. She's going to skin both of us alive.
What are you talking about?
You tell me, Lord Sakai. One whisper of your real name, and every person in this refuge will line up to split you wide open.
Say my name. Force me to defend myself. This is what the Eagle wants. Samurai and Raider spilling each other's blood. She knows we're a threat if we work together.
Bullshit!
Who told you I was a Sakai? Was it the Mongol you interrogated? The Eagle wanted you to know.
This is what I get for trusting a damn samurai. I grew up here, you know. Learned to swim in the shallows. Helped build half these homes. Broke my arm falling off the rock wall, trying to impress my wife.
You were married?
Years ago. She didn't make it through childbirth. Fune helped me bury them. This is my home. These people are my family. If they find out I brought the butcher of Iki's son here, they'll stake both of us down. Make us a feast for the crabs.
I won't let that happen. This stays between us.
Yes, we're in this together.
The Eagle's hurting thanks to what we did today. We can save Iki Island if we stand together, but our fight is just beginning.
You, samurai, and your speeches. I'll tell Fune your plan worked. When you're ready, I'm sure she'll want to thank you in person.
Somehow I doubt that. Be careful, Tenzo. And watch what you say.
You too. Jin from Ryarikawa.
The Dueling Ring calls.
They're landing in the storm. So many. Can you do this too? Okay, they just won't let you in.
Another massive raid washes these bastards away. It will take us too. No, we know where it floods.
Your bow is only as strong as the way you made it.
What do I need? I need hide. They all take hide.
If I can improve upon your brain, I will.
Keep your friends close,
Armory.
but your armor in good order.
Massive increase in health, a moderate increase in stagger damage. Killing a staggered enemy restores 10% of health. Reduces all damage by a major amount. Moderate increase in health, 15 resolve.
Good choice.
That's not what I'm wearing
All
though.
my customers come back.
So it's how much to talk to. What do you
Do you know the way?
The way where?
To Cloud Forest Temple. They say we can eat plenty and find safety with the Eagle tribe.
There is no safety with Mongols. If they're spreading lies, I will find this temple and put a stop to it.
Rumor location.
Have you seen him? The ghost of Iki?
The ghost of what?
The samurai phantom hunting bandits. Tall as a tree. Eyes of fire. People camped by Kimono Trail saw him just last night.
If he's that impressive, I'd like to meet him.
Well done, Jin. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but good work with the warship.
Is that a thank you?
Don't push it. My ships can finally leave the cove. If you're itching to hire a boat back to Tsushima, I won't blame you.
We're days away from everyone on Iki falling victim to the Eagle's medicine. We're joining her army. And if Iki falls, my home is next.
Alright, Jean from Yarikawa. Stick around, and you can help us clip the Eagle's wings. She rode from Fort Sakai hours ago. My scouts saw her leave with her main force.
She must be planning something. Where is she now?
No idea. She's covering her tracks well.
But she left her stronghold exposed. Now that her main force is left, this is our chance to take back Fort Sakai while it's lightly defended.
Even with fewer guards, it won't be easy to breach. The place is a prison camp. Captives are being tortured and forced to drink that witch's poison until they swear loyalty to the Eagle.
I know. I escaped once before.
Some of my best men are trapped inside. Free them, and they can help you liberate the fort. Then, I'll finally have enough forces to take the fight to the Eagle.
Tell your men to tighten the defenses around the refuge. If this works, the Eagle is going to be angry.
I hope she is.
The lightning in the storm. The lightning in the bottle.
Sora! Basta, Sora!
Oh, now they just regular people.
From these men, I can free them if I cut down the Mongols.
Can't you speak?
No, they just regular people now. Before, they were fucking armored up. Where are you running to? Nigga just left. He's like, I don't want to fight, I'll quit. He just bounced. I think he just left his team.
Fune?
We were, before the eagle captured us. What are you, some kind of samurai?
I'm a friend. Your boss sent me to free her crew and take back Fort Sakai.
The eagle may be gone, but she left her commander in charge. Kunbish is torturing prisoners, breaking us down before we're forced to drink the eagle's poison.
Then he won't leave this fort alive. Go. Report back to Fune.
I can fight. I will fight.
Find a weapon and join me.
May your death benefit all beings.
You couldn't save your father. What makes you think you can save his fort?
No, don't listen.
Samurai's here. The eagle wants him alive.
Let's drive the Mongols from this place.
Break open the cages. Free the prisoners.
Free me! I can't face Kunbish again.
Find a weapon and join me.
I'm coming. Hello, John. Bye. What happened? Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me finish this and then let's make them. Hold on. Let me finish this. Got you. Yeah, why y'all do that?
Should free the rest of them. Help me if you can.
Through the gate. Drive out the invaders. Take the fight to them. Forward.
John, question, what type of music do you like to listen to? What type of music do you like? Oh my god, oh my god. I can't, no, stop. Kill them all, take them down. Don't let them live, don't let them walk away. A lot, but I'm currently in my British grime phase, but I like it all, rock, hip hop, and even other country. What's grime? I never heard of that before. What the hell is British grime? I'm not that tapped into the British scene like that, you know what I mean? It's a fucking shaman. There you go. There you go. Kill him. Come on. Kill him. Why you stop? Oh, because he's already dead. Nice. I fucked that up for myself. I thought I could have parried. We Americans have trap music like Pop Smoke, but it's organized from British grime. Oh, originated from British grime. I did not know that. That's actually pretty cool. I just learned something new. Check. Bet. I'm mostly the person to like rock, metal, screamo, rap. You know, a bit of everything besides country music. That's like one thing I don't really listen to that much. Let's get this shit over with already. Oh no. No, sucker. Wait till you have that new hood country that's Matt Virgo. Well, apparently, I heard that, what's his name? Fuck it. I saw this on Instagram, now I can't remember. But, a famous rapper is now starting to do, like, rock type music, and his fans are not fucking with it at all, and it's pretty funny to see. Alright, let me do these push-ups. Let me do the push-ups. Let me take a bite of food first though. And my race got hard. That's great. I got roast beef and white rice. And my white rice got a bit hard because I put it in the microwave. They really fucking don't. And I can't, and it's funny because I'm blanking the dude's name, and he's like, I think it's like quadruple famous and shit. Just can't remember the name right now. We need some music. We need some music for this. We need some music. I like to work up with music. Play me. Alright, got you. Now wait, okay. Let me know the song. What the fuck? Just let me know the song. Fully Alive by Flyleaf. Jesus Christ, you're taking it back to the 2000s, I see. Nothing ever works for me, dude, I swear. Alright, fly leave. Show you my age on the. So you would be. Not to be rude. Early 30s? 33? Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I thought. That song came out when I was in middle school? Damn. Oh, yeah, 91? 98. I'll be 27 in about 2 weeks. Be 27 in 2 weeks. Alright, let's go. Can you see, bro? Go this way. I need to fix my setup. There's so many wires everywhere. Yep. Did you see that? I hope you saw that. I hope you saw that. That was a lot of fucking work. And now the camera's out of focus. There we go. Fuck, alright. I need a break after that. I'm fucking sweating now. This is not a workout stream, and it's fucking probably 9 o'clock. Did you get them gains? I have. Well, it's really hard to work out because one shoulder is bigger, so like this one much more swole than this one, so I'm trying to get this to this. It's not easy. Very not easy. I need to turn my AC. If that makes any sense to you. What's that?
You let your father die.
No!
But why? It's annoying. It's really fucking annoying and I hate it. I just feel so unbalanced that is crazy. I can't stand it. It's really annoying. Hold on, the game is buffering. I also appreciate you stopping by. How is your night going? What you up to? What you up to tonight? Okay. Oh, snap. No problem. I did say I was gonna stop by. You did. I know. Sometimes I just have a bad memory.
The eagle knew you'd return, Samurai. You have received her sacred drink. A gift offered to warriors and princes worthy of becoming one of her shamans. Is that what she wants? To make me a shaman? Your transformation has already begun. You can accept her gift, become her shaman, and learn to soar in the eternal blue sky. Or I will break you in the name of the eagle.
Same.
And I will never bow to her rule.
Let me give you a follow. Hold on. I think I gave you one yesterday, no? Nope. I dropped you a follow, so I'm gonna see your first stream, right? First stream or what?
You will hang like the peasants.
What you smoking on? That I definitely need to know.
I will never be her shaman.
Ooh, why is it buffering?
Where is your gratitude? You deserve nothing less than death.
Hold on. I'm gonna start streaming when I get done with my auditions. It's called Slurkin Runs, and it's pretty fire. I never heard of that one. I can check it out because I've been wanting to go to this weed spot that is by my old place, and I finally went and they got some gas, so I'm gonna see if I can go buy some wax, probably some couple of more weed, you know, probably finally get my hands on some fire concentrate, which is gonna be amazing. Can't wait for that. It's gonna be really fun just to try out. Plus, their store is legal, so they have nothing to worry about. Question: What state you in? You said it's almost 9 where you at. So, I am in New York City. I'm not supposed to be in here, am I? Oh no, I am. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's actually pretty crazy. I'm in New York. Oh, wait. Yeah!
Driving me to madness.
You already know. You already know.
If only you
I've
had
heard,
accepted
dude.
the eagle's gift.
Those were the days. Those were the days. That's a lot, really. I've been there one time, but I went to the part where it's more suburbs than city, so it was just a lot of white people. I did not see one other black person besides us in that fucking suburbs, bro. Ohio suburbs is full of white people. I would have never known. I'm like, we are the only black people out here.
He fell because we worked together. The eagle.
I was like,
I
what?
would come here.
I was like 10, 12.
That's why she left Fort Sakai undefended. So I would take her bait, and Kumish would deliver her message.
Now the bastard's dead, and she's lost the fort. Thanks to you, we can finally fight back.
Gather anyone who can fight and report to Fune. Everyone else can shelter here. With a few repairs, Fort Sakai will stand against the Mongols.
Good thinking. But before you run off, take these saddlebags. Figured a samurai could put them to good use.
I will. Thank you. Travel safely.
I was like,
Fune's refuge.
this was a family trip, so we didn't really go that far. Plus, this was back around like 2000 and like 10, 2009, so I was probably like 12, 10. Around that time, so I had no choice of nothing. I had no choice of anything. But when I get my passport, that's all over, dude. I'm traveling everywhere. I don't care what anybody say. I'm going where the frick I want. Let's do this. Have you traveled? What can I do with the bags? Saddlebags double your ammo capacity by story. Oh, okay. I like that. Oh, that's nice. So my stupid ass was trying to do this way before, and I was just getting my ass rocked because I wasn't supposed to do this yet until later on, and that is when I finally found that out. What do you have? Because I need some equipment. Ooh, that's a nice color. I only have $61. I'm poor, bro. Oh, that green one? Fire. I like that green. Gold. Your new hat? Range capacity, quick fire capacity, ammo sources. sticky bombs. Title capacity 2. I'd rather go with the smoke bombs. I gotta finish this game. You definitely do. I am on IKI Island, and then this one got done like a month back. So I just need this one, and then I'm done. And then this one. But like I said, I am doing every single thing on each map, so it's gonna take me much longer than most people trying to do everything. How do I get out of here? I think you dropped something. I didn't drop anything.
Next time, fall further.
You should pick it up before another streamer shows up and take it.
Your samurai armor
What did I drop?
from your own mind.
I'm tired. I'm also a big fan of anime. Like you said, you
Cheer
like
100. John
Sword
__ P41N cheered
and
100 bits.
I was playing that game like a couple of days ago. So if you ever want to play, definitely let me know. Cause I would love to play that game with somebody. It is really fun. It really has no reason being that fun. But I hope they do more because it's actually pretty great. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, drop things. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. My next purchase is going to be a mic arm because I need space for my desk. And then next is going to be a stream deck for I can have a mixer because I hate hearing my voice back. It sounds terrible. And I believe a streaming mixer will fix those problems. It won't fix the stuttering though. That stays. That's all free for charge. But I could just make the sound quality better. I just drooled while talking. That's disgusting.
Not entirely true.
I appreciate everything. I appreciate the bits. I appreciate people lurking.
He relit Komatsu Forge with his fiery breath.
I just want to make it to partner already.
The ghost of Iki is asking for donations. We leave our offerings at his camp, northeast of where Kinafure village used to stand.
If you're taking food, he likes his sake filtered and his millet washed.
I'm sure he does.
John Jingle.
Let's hope he answers them.
John Jingle, Jimmy Hammer Smash. His name is my name too. I love resets growing up. That was my shit. Fucking love resets. Live my ass off. I hate hearing my own voice. How do people find my voice pleasant? I sound like a grumpy robot. I need to get a stream deck as well. The mic arm is so needed. I got one and it gave me so much more room on my desk. That's exactly what I need myself. That's what I need myself. And you see, no more wire because I bought a fucking dongle, which took me quite a while to set up, but I finally did it. So we no longer have to connect to wire and PC. It's just straight wireless now. So that's amazing, and that's all thanks of a donation from another viewer. So that is highly fucking appreciated. It really is, because I would not have been able to buy one, and I wouldn't be able to play any games for like a long while. So thanks to him for the donation. I'm gonna try my best to stream every day this week. Like, just like every day. Because, like, why not? I'm still unemployed. So, might as well make this my job. I'm getting close. Sora! Mickey, Donald, Goofy. The other characters, I can't remember their names.
Still warm. Drink every drop.
Investigate the ghost offering site. Do you believe in ghosts?
Maybe watching something. I should wait. See if he comes back.
I actually believe in
Near the camp.
spirits. What about you guys?
Rabbits.
I am a ghost? I'm a vampire.
You must be the ghost.
I like the night. I'm half dead. I'm still flossing. That's crazy. I'm dead. 1,000% dead. Been dead for centuries now. If I were to ever make merch, especially a plushie, it's going to be me with a cape, a vampire cape, and a controller.
Where are you running off to?
I feel like that'd be pretty cute. Because nobody does regular merch. People are doing plushies now and things like that. But she's pretty cool, not gonna lie. Alright, where am I supposed to go? Meow. I'm assuming I'm going the right way. I was trying to pick that up. Alright. What? Can you stop? Am I supposed to investigate what he was doing over here? Don't climb that.
He's near.
Ah! I didn't do anything. I am the ghost of Tsushima.
Alright, ghost. Let's see if you left a trail.
Actually?
Fast.
Died a couple times. The man upstairs don't want me. Don't want me. And the man downstairs don't want me. So I'm stuck here with y'all always on this always on the scene. Only scene when I'm supposed to be seeing. Gotcha. Gotcha. Where would you like to end up? One is bliss, and one is just partying with demons, baby. Just partying with demons. You do this now?
So easily. People will die because of you.
Bitch, I'm already dead. I'm lost now. Who are you guys?
Enough. I'm looking for the ghost.
I don't know these people. I'm about to take a smoke break.
Found him first. This little rat shit owes us a fortune. He owes me more. One day, boy. Then we start snipping off toes. So you're the hero everyone's talking about.
Oh no, I'm not the ghost, but I do work for him. There we were, fighting to save IKI Island, when those dead fox bandits attacked us. Took the ghost prisoner.
Where did they take him?
Their camp. Just
How did you
No,
die?
stay out of trouble.
If
I'll find
you
him
don't
after.
mind me asking.
Questions for the ghost of Iki.
If that's too personal, I understand. Sometimes I tend to pride. Pride? Poke? Pride? I don't know. I just like to know things when I want to know things. But if you don't want to answer, that's totally okay. I understand. Seizures? Ooh, not fun. Not fun. Bitch, I just did a standoff. The fuck? That's why you still got no fucking aim. Bitch. Now who's on fire? Dumbass.
The ghost is free!
I just run up in there like I own the place.
You?
Lord Sarkhan,
I'm dead.
get out of here.
You're pretending to be the ghost.
A respectful tribute.
Wasn't he a fucking merchant?
Respectful.
He's pissed off. He's like, bro, I can't even deal with this man right now.
I'm sorry, Lord Sarkhan. With Mongols everywhere, I couldn't take it anymore. Then I heard this Iki smuggler was prepping a one-way trip to the mainland. I had to get out.
And you didn't say goodbye.
You
I'm
all
dead.
were so busy.
If you were so eager to escape, how did you end up like this?
I got caught sneaking aboard the smuggler's ship. When word got out that I was stranded on Iki, some very bad locals hunted me down, tried to rob me.
Did you rob them first?
Skimmed profits and sour sake never hurt anybody.
So you're the most hated man on Iki. Half the island wants you dead, the other half you owe money. Am I close?
Lucky guess.
That doesn't explain the ghost act.
The people here hate me. But as a ghost, I could inspire the locals, rob the lowlifes, and
He's just an asshole at that point.
everybody wins.
No one
I should
wins.
leave. Let you deal with this mess.
But the ghost wouldn't do that, right?
Hold still.
I'm about to take a smoke break myself.
Arms are still asleep.
I don't know why I saved him.
I'll escort you to the campsite. That's it.
I should just let him die. You fucking idiot. Bro, he moving like too fast. You need to slow down a little bit. Much supplies as I can find. Much supplies I can take is necessary. After I beat this game, play Mafia.
H underscore Stiglitz Gaming
Hello,
rated your
everybody.
channel with 5 viewers.
You can't leave me here.
Welcome in,
Everyone
everybody.
on this island is out to get me.
What about your recruit?
You met Fugu. Is he alright?
He nearly lost his head trying to pay a ransom.
What's up, K-Man? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Raiders, my name is Otaku-san. I play a lot of JRPGs, talk about scary movies, talk about life, streaming, just in general,
I came here with my father once.
music,
Never thought I'd return. Then I heard something terrible was happening here.
anime. I'm a big fan of that as well. Appreciate you gaming for the raid. None of my mods are currently here right now, so I'll give you a shout out. What were you? I'm assuming you was playing Path of Exile. Appreciate you for that, fam. How you been though?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Wait, no, fuck. The chat pause. Chat pause. Right. Alright. Hello, big love, my guy. Nah, yeah, bro. I dropped you. I gave you my Prime sub. Where am I supposed to go? There's no marker. Travel with Jinji to find his accomplice. Oh my god. I don't care about this nigga's accomplice. He put himself in his own mess. What do I need to help him out for? You know I
Convince him to join your ghost performance.
got your back.
The boat I used to get here. I almost drowned, but Fugu pulled me from the sea. I tried to ditch him, but he wouldn't listen.
He couldn't resist your charms.
You can, my lord.
How was your stream though? Did it go well? Did your stream go well?
Enough with the ghost of Fugu. You can call me Kenji. My friend here is the ghost.
Oh, I see. Well, someone called the Viper has a message for the ghost.
That's for me.
You're in trouble with the Viper of Hakata Bay.
He's the smuggler I told you about. The one with the ship ready to sail for the mainland. I tried sneaking on board, but he caught me. Now I owe him a small fortune if I want to keep my head and get off this island.
Then we better meet him and sort this out.
You're going to help me?
The ghost of Iki is going to help himself. I want to meet the smuggler who spent the last 20 years evading samurai capture.
Alright, wait, bro. Sora. Alright, where we going now? Viper's Den?
What happened to your horse?
That sounds like a nightclub for
I had
goths.
to trade him to the Viper as collateral. I hope he's alright.
Lord Shimura's been hunting the Viper for years. You're lucky he didn't take one of your hands when you tried to sneak aboard his ship.
He was about to chop off other things, but I convinced him to save me a seat to the mainland. All it took was handing over Miko and promising to pay 10 times the asking price.
Gonna do my lurking, gotta start my shows. See you on the other
You
side.
should know
But enjoy your show.
people like us.
Thank you for dropping by and talking. I appreciate you. Oh, everybody go give John a follow. I just met him yesterday or the other day. Like I said, I have a bad memory. He is going to start streaming soon. Definitely go give him a follow. Go support another small streamer because we all know we need it. We all know we need it.
Well, whatever you do, don't push it. This doesn't have to get ugly. Wait here, Fugu. Yes, go. I mean, Master Kenji.
I got slaughtered. No, I'm joking. That's crazy.
It's me, Kenji, the ghost of Iki. We're here to see the Viper.
Be calm, Kenji. Don't talk too much.
This nigga is annoying, bro.
Where is my money?
You must be the Viper of Hakata Bay.
Who is the muscle, Kenji?
He's a friend. Jin Sakai.
Sakai. Had a run-in with your father once. Never got the feeling back in my little finger. Cannot say I mourn him.
I am not my father. Watch your tongue.
My father made enemies, but they're not mine.
Good. Old grudges are bad for business. How did this runt recruit a samurai?
Kenji said he tried to sneak aboard your ship. He regrets the insult.
That's me, stupid, disrespectful Kenji.
Now he owes you a small fortune.
A big fortune. If you came to negotiate, you are wasting my time.
We can't work this out. This isn't a negotiation. Okay.
If you're holding out for money,
Defuse it. Defuse it. Defuse it.
Kenji a year to pay you back.
That is his problem.
And yours. You need payment today to fund your journey. And weather the Mongol invasion. Lower Kenji's payment. And we can settle up now. Or wait. And hope he survives long enough to pay you back in full.
Hey!
You have got a smart friend, Kenji. I think we can work something out, Lord Sakai. Those Eagle Tribe bastards stole my navigation charts. Maps of every smuggling route between China and Hakata Bay.
Damn.
To reach the mainland.
That is right. And if the Mongols break my code, they will learn every weakness in the Shogun's fleet.
That sounds very bad.
You can recover these charts. If you grant Kenji passage to the mainland.
You have yourself a deal. Keep an eye on Kenji. Trouble sticks to him like shit on
Travel to outskirts of Mongol camp with Kenji. Alright, well, time to steal some shit. If I can. What can I find? Okay. The whole place just boarded up for some reason. Take that. Okay. What's in here? Take some of that. Some of that. Let's got it. Where do we need to go? Oh, someone that far. Gold Saku armor upgraded available.
That could have gone worse.
The Viper trusts us. Now we have to deliver.
Come on, Kenji.
I think I pulled something when those bandits tied me up. Maybe I should rest up while Kugel helps you rob the Mongols.
He's just a fisherman, Kenji. He saved your life.
I know.
If you want to act like a ghost, stop using people and start thinking how you can help them.
Facts.
You're going to die here. Just like your father. The Sakai name will vanish from the earth. Your life meant nothing.
Stop it. Back there with the Viper. I didn't know you were such a smooth talker.
I spent most of my life helping Lord Shimura settle disputes among samurai families.
Sounds boring.
Sometimes, but wield it carefully. The right word strikes deeper than the sharpest blade.
I agree with that. Not with the sword, of course, but like words. Oh yeah.
Maybe I should keep watch. Anything goes
Stop being a fucking pussy, bro.
No, screaming monkey. Shh.
Collect the Viper's navigation chart. You didn't see me, shut up. Where's the shaman? He's over there. Oh! I killed him without even seeing what was happening, bro. Come on now. Why are you backing up? You scared? There we go. You got a big ass staff, bro. I can't see what the hell I'm doing. Fucking blow people out of my way, bro. This nigga is fucking absurd. Jesus Christ. He has too much stamina.
The Viper's navigation charts. Time to go.
There's nothing else here. Very useless. What about this dude? Nope, that's nothing either. What over here? I don't know where I'm going. I'm going the right way. Dang. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm good. You can't do anything besides get yourself in trouble, bro. Like, you can't do shit.
We'll just need a few minutes to check my maps. Then we set sail.
What about the people we sent ahead of us?
Settled on board, but we are at capacity. Have to dump all expendable cargo. There's only room for one more passenger. Ready to set sail, Kenji?
When do we leave?
Soon. We wait for no one. Pleasure doing business with you, Lord Sakai.
And you.
Sure you don't want in? I could hide you in one of my sake barrels. It's a tight squeeze, but with a little cooking oil, those narrow hips.
I'll pass. I'm not finished here yet.
Well, I guess this is goodbye.
Keep some of your best sake chill for me. We'll celebrate when this is all over.
I'd like that. Fuga! Forget something, Master? Yeah, my common sense. Take my seat on the ship. You earned it. But Master! Get moving!
He's finally doing something good! He's finally doing something to actually help somebody for him.
I'll scrape by. Fugu, I didn't like his chances. It's better this way. Besides, you didn't think you'd get rid of me that easily, did you?
I'm not that lucky.
This calls for a drink.
To the ghost of Iki.
To forgetting all about him.
The ghost of Iki Island. Charm of perfect landing.
But I'm aching to raid the Izuhara coast again. No good.
Alright, what's next? What's on the agenda now? Tales of Kai, caretakers of the eagle, speak with the scared temple caretaker. Speak with Foon in her refuge. Jesus. Freaking grace. Let's go talk to the scared temple guy. Damn, he's actually really far. 7 seconds or less is fucking ridiculous of a time to beat, man. How do you beat 7 seconds? Or get lower than 7 seconds? That sounds impossible. Or I could just be terribly bad at aiming. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. Can we rush? Oh, we can't. Cause I'm like, we could have been there like a bit faster. Parkour.
Nobody needs a coward's help. I ran. Like a coward. You should be dead too.
Well, he's pissed. Not crossing the water. Another memory of sorrow. But this time now it's just two dead bodies hanging. That's not funny. I don't know why I chuckled. Mary's... No, but it did. You can't change the past, but you can change the future. Oh, let's go, we made it. I am in the right spot. I'm not? What? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm totally in the wrong spot then. This map is gorgeous. I'm assuming. Okay. I follow you, wind. Oh, that was a big lag. Okay, now we go this way. I'm swimming up past the rocks. Time for a standoff. Hello, welcome in. Okay, damn, bro. Why is the game lagging? It was doing fine all day. Oh, come on, bro. You need to get out of here. Oh, people came to help. Let's go. Bitch.
Your death benefits all beings.
I don't know what that means, and I really don't care. So can you just stop corrupting my mind with your fucking lies? What's this? Base camp? Cloud Forest Temple. Oh. Why is it buffing so much? I was not doing that. Something else open. I don't know why it's lagging. I know I gotta go up.
Keep your head down.
Ooh.
I don't know you.
Go away. We have our own troubles. Keep walking.
You're rude.
Please help.
I'm trying to talk to you, and you just. Oh. I'm like, why are you turning away? I'm trying to talk to you.
Shh. I'm not supposed to talk to anyone. I am Ito. The caretakers are keeping me here. Others too, including my brother. They won't let us leave.
What do you mean? Who are these caretakers?
Look around you. They're all followers of the monk Zenshin. His speeches have convinced many to serve the Eagle tribe.
A monk? Allied with the Mongols.
It's madness. The people here believe him. I'm playing along so they don't lock me away.
I can get you out of here. Your brother and the others too.
Thank you. Just please don't hurt the caretakers. They're good people, misled by Zenshin's words.
Alright. I'll act like I want to join them. And see if I can find the other prisoners from inside their ranks.
They say the way is through service. Maybe that will help. Zenshin is about to speak, but only to caretakers. Head up this path, and you can listen without being seen. We have to stop talking. They'll see us.
Locals following the Eagle tribe. I should see what I'm walking into. These caretakers seem happy and relaxed. Is it all a lie? Mongol supplies. Enough to make this temple the Eagle tribe's new stronghold in the south. Is this the monk Zenshin?
At first, the Eagle showed me nightmares. Our people suffering after the samurai invasion, starving and begging for help I couldn't give.
Nightmares. Has he also tasted the Eagle's poison?
Now, the Eagle has shown me a new way. Through serving her tribe, she offers visions of plenty, of peace. Tonight, the Eagle tribe comes to put our fears to rest. Prepare the way!
The Eagle tribe is coming tonight. I need to feed the captives before they arrive.
Caretakers of the Eagle.
I should blend in and ask around. Find out where they're holding the prisoners.
You blend in, but the first thing you do is just jump down from a fucking cliff. That's how I stay normal. I just drop down from a cliff.
May I be of service?
Please.
Like, that's
With
normal.
all the food we've gathered, we have more baskets to make than we have fingers.
The visions Zenshin describes seem darker with each passing day. What will happen to us when the Eagle tribe comes?
Zenshin would not lead us astray. If he says the way is through service, then we serve.
I'm gonna say Bum Revenge.
Peace, friend. I am the warden here. I have been serving Zenshin since he saved my family from the samurai. What brings you to our temple?
I'm a friend of Ito. She told me of Zenshin's wise words. If you like, I can help guard the prisoners.
They are not prisoners, but spirits lost in turmoil. We watch over them until they see the way. But that duty is not for you. And soon it will not be for any of us. The Eagle tribe is satisfied with our efforts. Tonight, the Mongols will come to reward
use it to spread the Eagle's word across the entire island. Or beyond.
One can only hope. For now, we must hurry to make the final preparations. Walk among us. See if any of our caretakers need a hand or a kind word.
Thank you for this opportunity, brother.
He wasn't very good at that. Why do you struggle? These people want to join me. Soon, you will too.
My sisters be safe here in Senshi. Why would you say such a thing?
The Eagle's visions.
Who brought you here, friend? I usually assign caretakers.
The warden told me to lend a helping hand. I've come to protect Zenshin's way.
Then you are welcome here, brother. Zenshin's way will guide us to peace and prosperity.
I know this, but not everyone believes as we do. I heard you bring people here to help them find a way.
The poor souls in turmoil. Yes.
Where are you keeping them?
Safely away from the caretakers. Eventually, whether peasant girl or blustering warrior, they all want to join us. Continue your service, brother.
No entry. I understand. I only wish to be of service.
I'm to prepare food for the ones in turmoil.
Not all are allowed in. Or out. This building has a story to tell.
Sure freaking does, bro.
When the door opens, we run. Past the guard. Don't be foolish. There's only one way out. Accepting the truth of the way.
Captives. Can't free them now without bloodshed. I should return when fewer eyes are watching. I've learned what I can. I'll wait for the right moment to free the captives.
Rest until okay.
She cannot speak. She has not yet overcome her turmoil.
This one struggles to overcome turmoil and should not speak.
I sleep all on the other side of the fucking riverbank. I don't know where my bed is. I just got here, I don't know.
Look, a new brother. Let's have a look at you.
Peace, friends. Mind if I rest here for a moment?
Join us. But if you are looking for a drink, you'll need to find your own sake.
It's a wonder more don't come here willingly. Once the eagle arrives, my family will no longer worry how I'll fill my belly. Or my cup.
With service, the only price.
I need to act now, while they're still sleeping.
They are already free. You are the one trapped by your fear.
Lady, no one believes you, okay? Shut up. What up? There's only 3 people in here.
I've come to save you.
It's a test. They want to see if we know the way.
No, no test. I'm here to free everyone held here against their will. Have you seen a woman named Ito?
No, no one by that name.
She must be in another building.
The Eagle tribe is here!
That was creepy.
Now the Mongols are their keepers. Stay here until I take care of the guards. Then you can escape.
Stop duck, stop crouching. Be very, very quiet. Move!
Please, help me!
Hold still.
You came. But what about my brother?
I'll tell him you're waiting by the stairs. Go there when it's safe, and you can return home together.
And the rest? They're fools, but they don't all deserve the Eagle tribe's cruelty.
They're
I
fools.
will stop the Mongols, and I will speak with Senshin to make sure this never happens again.
Please show him kindness. He's a good man. He was. Until the Eagle came.
Did she fall?
You're going to be alright.
Look at my horse over there.
Go. Before another
My little
Mongol
baby
spots you.
I have
Sora.
to stay. I snuck out to find my sister.
You don't?
Yes. How did you know?
I've already freed her. Go. She's waiting for you by the stairs.
Better than I could have hoped. Thank you.
I have more people to say, bro. Come on. Stop chit-chatting and get the fuck out of here. I almost forgot about upstairs. I can't lie. Yeah. Let's try not to get seen right away. How many are up here anyway? I killed like most of them down there. Four of them. One guy saw me. Oh, there's a dude right there. I didn't even see that guy. Get up there, thank you. You get in here. Thank you. Damn, I'll try. I was really trying to make that cool, and then I think I kind of fucked up. Oh, he caught me. God, he caught me again. The bro guys are here. Oh! You need to stop. You almost killed me.
Enough ascension. We must be in the temple.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get inside the damn temple. Oh, I could have double assassination them, bro. That was a missed opportunity right there. Oh my god. He violated my resistance right there. Ah! I blocked, and then I blocked, and then I went blank, and then I died. That was great. That's what I need. That's what I should have done in the beginning, but I fucked up. I slipped up.
Stay away! I have done all you asked! Give me peace!
I'm not the eagle.
What's wrong with this man?
Safe. She's not here. But she did give me this poison, too. I can still hear her inside my head, building up my fears to make me feel small. I won't allow it. Neither will you. Tell me what you see.
Child crying. His home burned by samurai. Begging me for food I do not have. I tried to stop it. I tried. I can't bear this alone.
You won't have to. Not tonight.
Serenation time.
Her voice is still there, but fainter. The things I did, the promises I told my followers. What have I done?
What the eagle wanted. Now you can tell your people the truth. How the eagle tribe twists our minds with fear and lies to make us their willing servants.
If I can undo it, I will. Then I will leave the temple behind, until I can no longer hear her voice.
I hope you find peace soon, Zenshin.
Thank you. I hope whatever truth haunts you, you won't face it alone.
I saved everybody, yay! A pat on the back for myself. Caretakers of the Eagle completed. Charm of Deadly Return. Recover ammo for your currently equipped quick fire weapon after using Iron Will. Okay, so let's. Where the flame? I get a fire sword? It's Y and B. That's how you do that move. Okay. Shoulder charge. Resolve parry. I don't want to waste my resolve and parrying. You crazy? That's stupid. That makes no sense. Let's start all the way from the bottom. A wealthy man has all he needs. Where is that at? That here? Oh, these are all on this island. A river child. Flesh and stone. A final request. Yeah, that's all on here. Ooh, okay. Alright. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. Go back. So these are all on the other island. Yeah. Tale of Yuna, the birth of sacrificing. Nato and the sake seller. Is that here? No, that's still back on the other island. That's still back here. Oh. So all we do, okay, well. Sake clan armor, a ghost from the past, the walls of power meshes in the fire. Let's do the ghost from the past. Return home to Omi village. I'm assuming this is Omi. Nope, that's a refugee. Omi village. Where the fuck is that at? It's not over here. The wall there. It goes from the past. That's that one. So all the ones I can do is only this. Which one is that anyway? Active tails, okay. Tails that we okay. Alright, we can fast travel. Message in the Bible. I want that flame sword, bro. That shit looks sick.
Greetings, my lord.
Where the Why is that lagging all of a sudden? It was not doing that before.
Jin from Yarikawa. You outdid yourself this time. My men returned safely, and Fort Sakai is in our hands. We finally have a fighting chance against the eagle.
Any news on her whereabouts?
Not yet, but I did learn something. While you were busy, my scouts recovered orders the eagle sent to her shamans. It sounds like she wants to capture a samurai.
Did she name them?
No, but I think we can guess who she's hunting. What I want to know is, why does she want to take you in alive?
Maybe she wants to find out what happened on Tsushima. Or make an example of me. You'll have to ask her.
What aren't you telling me, samurai?
Fune, Jin, we were searching for the eagle. Lost her, but then we stumbled on one of her patrols. Tracked them all the way back here. The cliffs outside are crawling with Mongols. We had to sneak back in to avoid being seen. The eagle knows we're close. She's going to find us.
She's retaliating. This is payback for her warship. And the death of her lapdog, Kumish.
We can evacuate to the ship.
Abandon your home now and you lose it forever.
You'd rather die here?
We draw them away from the refuge. Fight them on land.
They outnumber us.
So do the samurai. You know the terrain better.
What about an ambush? Somewhere we have the advantage.
The free village.
We have a plan?
Round everyone up, Tenzo. We need to go now.
Massacre at Kidafuri village.
I sent scouts ahead of us. They'll lure the eagle's forces to Kidafuri village.
I saw people preparing an ambush.
What about the people who live there?
It was abandoned after the butcher of Iki destroyed it.
Your father put the entire village to the sword, and you did nothing to stop him.
The lookout tower. We got a good view up there.
Our scouts will lure the Mongols here. We can't be sure where exactly they come from.
Get people in the most likely places. A few of us on horses can hold back.
And respond where we're needed. Like stopping a wildfire.
We need to cover a loss of ground. Where should we position the men?
Place them among your father's innocent victims.
The tree line. Station people there to keep watch.
If they see something, they can signal us with those fireworks we took from the ship.
Set them off the moment your people see the invaders.
Then we ride in.
Hide people in those houses and granaries.
Where your father's victims hid, terrified and weeping.
And if the Mongols don't get close?
The riders ready to hit their flank. Force them in range.
What would you do there?
The moment the villagers saw your father's men approach, they knew they were doomed.
That was where they fell back.
What? Who fell back?
Where we could fall back. If we're overwhelmed.
We'll reinforce it with whatever we can throw together.
Get everyone in position. We'll hang back for now.
They don't know the horror your father inflicted here. The horror you failed to prevent.
I'm not my dad. This is not my fault.
Ride to your posts.
I didn't do any of that.
The invaders.
They got like 5 of the same characters, bro.
You said that was where they fell back. You were here. When your father massacred the village.
It wasn't a massacre.
What do you call armed men slaughtering an unarmed village?
A village hiding armed fighters.
And their families.
The people who lived here ambushed our patrols. Set traps that maimed and killed our warriors. Slit their throats when they slept.
What did you expect? You came here to kill us! A friend of mine grew up in this village. After the samurai left, I found his body. But it took me a week to find
What's
his
up,
hair
guys?
in all the mud.
I'm chilling, I'm chilling.
Sorry, Tenzo.
Relaxing, gaming.
You're sorry. Do you have any idea what it's like?
Just trying to beat this game already.
Do you know how
The game's
many
going
lives
good.
your father destroyed?
Too many. If I could change that, I would.
But you didn't.
How's your morning going?
Others had to end this cruelty.
And I watched him die.
Yeah,
I could have
a
saved
little
him,
tired.
but I didn't.
Why not?
Still in same chapter. Fun though.
They're here.
You need
Get
to.
to the horses.
You need to beat it already. Why is it taking you so long? What's taking you so long?
The Mongols overrun us. We'll fall back here.
The group will stay to bolster these defenses. Fighting on the side of your father's killers. What?
I ain't a killer, bitch. Shut up. I ain't kill nobody. Bro, we are riding deep.
Run them down, boy.
I am on my horse doing this, bro. Come on now. I don't know why it's lagging so much. It's lagging like crazy. I mean, he's dead.
All Mongols heading in!
We need to buy our people more time. Charge!
A lot of... Oh, definitely. I've been putting in some crazy hours. I've been streaming for, what, 4 now? And we got pretty far. So I am doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain. There's like 5 people trying to kill this one dude, bro. It's like 5 of us trying to kill this one guy. Oh, that was cool. That was sick.
Good start.
We all just chanted at the same time. That's fire. I fuck with that. That was really cool. We used to have fireworks, where are they?
It's just like the old days.
She's enjoying herself, remembering how they slaughtered the zombies.
I'm just trying to get on my horse, woman. Where is my horse? Sora!
Quickly! Let's ready a welcome for the Mongols.
There's a few drums of black powder on those carts.
You'll be busy.
Here they come!
Aim for the barrels.
I killed him off screen. Where's the rest of these fuckers at? I'm ready for war! That's my teammate. I'm like, did we kill everybody already? Because we're doing this a little bit too fast. I only have 2 more chapters of Wukong left. Oh shit, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Stop chanting. Stop it. Stop chanting. Will be bonus for next stream. Oh, let's go. Are you going to be playing it with Jesus, or are you gonna be playing it by yourself? Can you fucking die, bro? Yeah, shoot this nigga. He's pissing me off. Fuck off, bro. What's your damn staff? I need more arrows. Yeah, we will be. I always played them together. Even like 12 years ago. Oh, no. Oh, awesome. That's cool. Bro, why is it buffering? There's nothing else on. Honest, why is it lagging so bad? I don't know what they're doing.
The ground was soaked in it. Devastation all around you. Look what Kazumasa Sakai did. The butcher of Iki.
Quiet.
More fireworks to the west.
We can't keep this up forever.
Let's go.
Alright, I'm gonna stop recording. And then 2 recordings in 1 day. Welcome back, guys. Second recording of the day. All the VODs are going to YouTube if you want to watch them back later.
Our people need more time.
We'll hold back the invaders as long as we can.
Hold up. Fireworks stop.
We had lookouts posted here. I don't see them.
Might be an ambush. Let's take a closer look.
Probably 11 soon.
They've captured the lookouts.
Hang back. I can sneak in. Surprise the Mongols.
Oh, you're relaxing right now. I'm assuming it is morning time there. Right now. I'm assuming it's morning over there. Oh, someone saw me. Someone saw me. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 Mongol. Why are you laughing like that? You ugly. Oh, I did not see these guys here. Alright, where's the one that makes him stronger? Where's the shaman? I'm trying to find him. Is that him over there? I don't see that dude. Bro, nothing works on these niggas? I love how that didn't do shit to him. This is not fucking working! Fucking shaman ass nigga, bro. Fuck you. That's the shaman.
Mongol riders coming in!
That's all of them. Untie the men.
You'll be free soon.
I thought I was dead. Thank you.
More fireworks! On all sides!
The Eagle Tribe's making its move.
There are too many of them, and we're spread thin!
We're out of time.
Everyone, get to the horses. Retreat to the tower. We'll face them there.
Lead the way, Samurai!
Fall back!
Fall back!
All of our riders!
With Mongols on their tails, they need help! More of them up ahead!
Got your men time, Funne. Defenses are ready. Hold the invaders here. Warriors surge at that shaman's call.
Fucking shaman.
Reinforcements on the way!
Kill them all!
How am I fucking stuck right now? For Iki! Oh, it's my guy, it's my guy, it's my guy, it's my guy. Just random ass civilians just going to war. But that's what war is.
May your death benefit all beings. Jin.
May your death benefit all beings. I've heard that before. From my father's killer.
You're hearing things. It's the eagle's poison.
Say the prayer for yourself before I end your life.
Do it. On this blood-soaked ground, where your father massacred hundreds.
He was trying to save lives. You knew who I was. What you did to my father. You lied to my face.
You lied to yourself. Your father was my enemy, not you.
How did someone so worthless defeat Kazuma Sasaki?
I don't know.
Facts, right?
Luck! He slaughtered dozens of us before we brought him down. Broke his leg, I think. All I did was finish the job. Get on with it, samurai!
Not yet.
No, he didn't.
You killed my father by luring us into an ambush at Senjo Gorge. That's how we're going to kill the eagle.
We need more than the two of us.
Talk to Fune. Then meet me near the canyons.
We can't hide who you are anymore.
He needs him alive.
If I tell Fune...
Do it. Tell her I'm Jin Sakai. She knows I fight for Iki. My actions prove it. Tell her I am not my father. If I was, you would be dead.
Fair point, fair point. Fair point. Well, that was an afternoon. That was deep. Defeat the Eagles. Me 10, okay. Still fucking broke though. Wait. Okay, never mind. I guess it's gone now. Alright, where do they go? Is this the last one? I don't think so. It can't be. This place is huge. This game is so fun. I can't wait for Ghost of Yote. That one's gonna be fucking peak too. That game's gonna be peak, and I can't wait to play that one.
You wander without purpose. Poor broken child. I will remake you.
She's getting me all turned around and shit. Oh, look at that beautiful sun. So beautiful.
I wasn't sure you'd show up.
Wasn't sure you would either.
Is it really lagging that bad?
Fune, I take it Tenzo told you who I am.
He did, Sakai. And if we weren't in the middle of a war, you would both be gathering flies.
We won't survive the day with blades held to each other's necks. First, we stop the eagle. Then we'll settle this.
Deal.
I
Deathmatch!
came to hear your plans, Sakai. How's a band of raiders supposed to take down an army of Mongols?
Same way you defeated the samurai 15 years ago. You lured my father into Senjo Gorge, took his life, and forced the Sakai clan to retreat. We can do the same to the Eagle tribe.
How do we get her attention?
She's hunting me. If I provoke her, she'll chase me into Senjo Gorge.
Where we'll be waiting to spring the ambush and send them to hell.
It could work.
We'll have to find the Eagle first. She's always on the move, hunting new victims to poison.
I have scouts combing the island. They'll find her.
When they do, I'll get her attention.
Not alone you won't. Any day now, the Eagle will find our refuge and burn it to ash. If this is our best chance to stop her, I'm going to make sure she takes our bait.
Then it's settled. Tenzo, see to the scouts. I'll prepare the ambush.
I'll camp here until we're ready. We have one shot to bring the Eagle to ground. Make it count.
Autobots, roll out. Ready for Tenzo to return.
Scouts spotted the Eagle's force.
Is Fune in position?
Canyons are crawling with raiders. We just have to lure the Mongols to them.
Alright, which way are we going? Ride with Tenzo to meet his scouts.
We'll meet my scouts. They're keeping an eye on the Eagle's force.
When we attack, I'll get her attention.
You said she's hunting you. What does she want with a poisoned samurai?
She wants to make me one of her shamans.
What?
One of her followers at Fort Sakai said she wants to recruit me.
But she forced her poison on you.
The sacred medicine is poisonous to most, but her shamans use it as a rite of passage.
Are you still seeing visions?
All the time.
Yes, and they're getting worse.
I warned you this would only end in madness and death.
I'm not scared of her.
Enzo, over here! The Mongols are sweeping the island, looking for the samurai. Is the Eagle with them?
She called a halt and released some of her eagles to fly. We won't spot it.
Let's get a better look.
I appreciate every single one of you lurking and watching and keeping me tabbed up.
Look for the Eagle's helmet. Shouldn't be hard to spot. That's her. The Eagle is here.
Where? I don't see her.
Right there. She sees us. Move in.
There you are, Lord Sakai. I've
Nice.
scoured the island for
No, not now.
you. Accept my gift. Become
Why is it lagging at the worst time, bro?
refuse me and you will die here. Just like your father.
Damn it, where is she? Tenzo! The Eagle got away! Look for her!
She was never here.
were
To the
waiting for
death.
us. But if the eagle wasn't here,
And where is she?
Am I, G?
silent.
What place on this island calls to you? Where were we destined to meet again?
Can't be.
Central Gorge!
The eagle's there, where my father was killed.
We have to get back to Brunei.
I underestimated the eagle.
You sure you didn't want to become a shaman? Offer us up to your new master?
I'm no traitor. When I was imprisoned, poisoned, I thought the eagle was someone else.
I have an idea. Let's not go that way. So she knew your father died there. Then she learned you joined our fight. Heard we were planning something big.
She's one step ahead. We can still win this, Tenzo.
You're marching to victory or to death?
The entire force is attacking. They'll overwhelm Brunei.
Bro, it's lagging every second. How can I fix this? It's buffering. Where's the shaman? There's another shaman somewhere. So what are you gonna be streaming next? After I beat this, we're gonna beat the rest of the Mafia. After Mafia, we are going to finish Dead Space. And then from there, I really hope I can get Silent Hill, just F, because that shit dropped on my birthday, so I really want it, and I really want to play it, so that would be perfect. It drops on September 25th. That's my birthday. It's in 2 weeks. So I hope I get some cash to buy it because I want to stream it. I want to play and stream it. I need some supplies first, so y'all gotta like wait up a little bit. Well, I don't think I can even take anything. Where are we running to? This one?
It's too late. The battle is lost. Like you failed your father.
This buffering is not helping my fucking case, bro. Where's this shaman? He's pissing me off. Yo, this eagle chick is just annoying. She is not scary. She's just annoying the shit out of me, bro. Like, she's just pissing me off at this point. I can't pick anything up. I really don't know why the game is just keep lagging. Is just everything too high or something? Or am I just running out of recording space? My CPU is like on like 96%. Like that shit running. Well, this is gonna be the last part, so. That's great. Thank you. Fucking shaman, man. In the wrong direction. I could have said something. Same thing and pick up. Nope.
How are you holding up?
I used to only hear her voice. Now I see her, feel her presence.
Maybe being here makes the visions more intense.
I guess. If you want to say that, sure. Well, they're dumb. This buffering is not help. Oh, I can't see shit.
I will give you peace.
And I will give you cold steel. Jin, hold it together.
Remember your terror. Your father's dying screams echoed off the canyon walls. Let me take away your pain.
I'll send you to hell.
Oh my god, okay. Let's get the hell out of here, bro. See, that took care of them easily.
That's the last of them.
Alright, let's go.
It has to be close.
You know where I am, don't you?
The eagle is waiting east of here, where my father was killed.
I'm not betting everything on your gut, samurai. You go east. Tenzo and I cover the other path.
No, I'll go with Jin. He needs me.
Good luck to both of you.
gotta plug in my phone. Hold on. I'm going this way.
Meet me in the heart of your pain.
Which way am I going?
Let me heal you.
Damn it, give me silence! Jin, you need to turn back. Too late now. This is the place where you killed my father.
The sacred medicine brought you here. Do you know why?
To end your reign of terror.
No, to be healed. For years you hid your pain. The sacred medicine allows you to see it.
Against my will, your medicine is a weapon.
Don't let the darkness take you, Jin. Let your spirit soar in the eternal blue sky.
I don't soar over my people. I serve them.
Even the people who killed your father.
Yes, even them.
What a waste.
Handle the others, Tenzo. I'll deal with the ego.
How can you fight an enemy who turns your own mind against you?
How you throwing shit at niggas? That's just cheating. What the fuck? No other fight did that besides her. Like, how the fuck you throwing shit at people?
You cannot defeat me.
Easy.
You will die here like a coward. Face the judgment of your ancestors, Lord Sakai.
Father.
Jin! Help me!
He was so scared.
Jin. We should have died here together. Like warriors.
I'm sorry I failed you, Father.
So you wanted your son die with you, so you wouldn't be able to pass on the family name. So your legacy would have just ended in war.
The people here accuse us of terrible things.
Sometimes, what is necessary is also terrible. The actions I took were not easy, but they needed to be done.
You did what was needed on the battlefield. Not at home. I needed a father.
When we lost your mother, I was left with a son I didn't know how to help. So, I raised the samurai. It's time, Jian. Do what is necessary. Rid our clan of shame and defeat. Avenge me. Kill him, you coward!
No. I will never be like you. The way you lived was not my choice. And your death was not my fault.
He grew up. He grew up. He forgave himself. His trauma.
The sacred medicine no longer affects you. How is that possible?
Caught him. Oh! Let's go! Was that first try? Was that first try? That was first try.
One day, you
That was one fight and we fucking won.
ancestors.
And you said she's tough.
May your death benefit all beings.
I bring her one go.
Now's your chance.
Are you alright?
I'll live. What about you? hearing her?
No.
I'm sorry, Jin.
So am I.
Sounds like a celebration. I better check on Pune. Tell her the good news.
Go on. I'll join you later.
Don't wait too long. Jin.
Reflect on your father's death. Hiding in darkness, or petals soaked with blood, or shade for the dying. Go with the flowers soaked in blood. My father's hand reaching out. My father's breath sedating. Go with the first option. Free at last from life, soar into the sky. Or life's sweet perfume fades. I say free at last from life.
Petals soaked with blood. My father's hand reaching up. Free at last from life.
I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's your interpretation, so you can interpret it however the fuck you want. That was sick. That was cool. Defeat the eagle. The eagle is defeated. Your legend grows. Legacy. Legacy redeemed. Charm of versatile skills. Raider Captain's headband. Unburdened heart. Epilogue, last words. Frequent tens of food. Alright, where's that at now? How far is that? Oh, jeez. Fast travel, baby. Ready now. Time warp. Time skip. Time jump. I want to try this out real quick.
Care to test your skill? The tournament welcomes all fighters.
You get a new skin.
Everyone needs a little entertainment during wartime.
I can't skip this, bro. Come on.
We're using Vulcan to avoid injuries.
This looks like an old PS2 game right here. Like I don't know why, but it looks like an old PS2 game. Like this one particular scene looks very like PS2 type vibes. I don't know why. That's just what it feels like.
Some advice. Each combatant has a unique style with distinct strengths and weaknesses. Challenge a contender. Don't keep the people waiting.
I've been waiting. You've been fucking talking to me this whole damn time.
In conflict, we find peace.
Strange to meet a monk by doing
It is part of my journey. Raiders attacked my monastery. I ended their lives.
Bro,
with nothing
oh.
but my arms full.
That's crazy.
Vow of non-violence.
That alright. crazy.
But I glimpsed enlightenment. Do with me.
Let's fight already! I don't care!
It is an honor.
Like, we fighting, not giving each other fucking backstories, bro.
First, Okto and his opponent, the exiled monk. 1 kicks and punches are allowed. First to 5 touches wins.
And we're using Kindle swords.
Begin.
Do I have my stance? I do.
Pull back. 1. Proceed. Hold. Disengage. 1. Continue. Break. Step back. Point for Okto. Proceed. Disengage. Point. 1.
Jeez, this thing's actually kicking my ass.
Continue.
How's he faster than a fucking samurai? This makes no sense.
Proceed.
How the fuck am I slower than him? He's fucking kicking!
And the winner. 1.
I have learned much from this victory.
All he did was fucking kick. He didn't do shit. All he did was kick and did one sword move. And I still lost, so I can't be talking shit, I guess. Fuck is Tenzo, bro. I guess I can't be talking shit since I lost, so whatever. I'm not locked off anyway. Probably 11.
Feeling better with the eagle gone. Nice work, by the way.
Same to you. The Eagle tribe will lose their foothold here if we keep fighting.
Hear that, Fune? He said we.
Find me later, Sakai. I could use the help of a samurai who knows how to keep a secret.
Looks like you're healing up.
It only hurts when I laugh, so I should be fine around you.
You only laugh at your own jokes anyway.
But I'll never swing a blade like I used to.
No more robbing innocent merchants on the high seas. How will you make yourself useful?
Too many people here still suffer from the eagle's poison. There's no cure, but I can ease their pain. Maybe even help some recover. Like you.
The Eagle's medicine forced me to relive my father's death. Gave me another chance to avenge him.
What did you do?
I realized I didn't need revenge. I've spent my life running from a dead man, trying to live up to him, blaming myself for his death, hating myself for choosing to live. So I turned my back on the past and put my guilt behind me.
And that cured you?
The darkness never leaves completely, but it recedes.
Maybe that's how to heal the others. Guide them through the memories. Help them face their fears.
I hope you're right. Years ago, I could never have imagined saying this, but I'm glad we met, Tenzo.
Never thought I'd do this either, but... Thank you, Jin.
Oh my god, we became friends.
I better head out soon. See if I can find more of the Eagle's victims. And get them the help they need.
There's so much more shit to do, dude. So much more things to do. All back on the other island. Alright, this is where I'm leaving it off. I don't think as of right now there's nothing to do as of right now.
Why send us on another raid now? We barely caught our breath from the last battle.
We're at war. If you want to rest, try asking the Eagle Tribe for a few days off.
Surrender to the Eagle Tribe.
Leave us, Hachiro.
He keeps hearing about the poison.
Alright, yep, we definitely play more tomorrow. I'll catch it all tomorrow. I'm gonna raid out. I'm gonna see who's on. You guys let them know that I sent you. Gravity, these, like fears. Is John still on? Yeah, we're reading after John. He's playing Bum Revenge, I guess. Whatever that game is. I never played it. Alright, bitch. Alright, guys, I'll catch it all tomorrow. Might be. I'm trying to stream earlier and not so late. So let's see if that changes tomorrow. Peace and keep watching anime. That's my new slogan, by the way.